Welcome, welcome, welcome as we get set here at Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan. Ready for another 8 games of qualifying for these 100 bowlers. Bowlers now just finishing up practice.
Players are ready to begin their final day of qualifying here at Spectrum Lanes.
As John Weber, tournament director, gives the final announcements before bowlers start for score.
We hope you stay with us throughout the day and see us again tomorrow. 9 a.m. start time tomorrow. Let's give the players a nice send off to start them up. Guys, good luck. Nice work.
Bowlers come into today already with 8 games under their belt from yesterday. Of course, we'll get those scores to you shortly. We got a lot of good score bowlers right in front of us, and a lot of pairs on our FloZone featured pairs, like the ones right in front of us. Bob Byrne Jr., Jeff Zaffino, and Tom Carter, all within the top 6 so far. And bowlers bowled 8 games yesterday and are getting set for another 8 games here today. The top 32 out of 100 will advance to tomorrow.
Hi, Jeff.
And no cashers around this weekend. Just take top 32 out of the 100 and go straight into match play, where bowlers will bowl 12 games of head-to-head matches. And then the top 5 will advance to the stepladder finals, which will take place on Sunday night, or Sunday evening, if you will, at 7 o'clock Eastern time. And of course, you can watch it right here on FloBowling. Bowling on 34 feet, the Del Ballard pattern. 22.38 milliliters of oil. It is an asymmetrical pattern, as I mentioned yesterday. Bowlers on the right side of the pattern have pretty much got 2 options. They got the 1, 2, 3, 4 board, which is kind of a drop off there, and then there's also the 6, 7, 8, where you've seen a lot of bowlers yesterday kind of stay around for most of the day. But then on the left side for the lefties, all they have really is the 1, 2, 3, and 4. The 6, 7, 8 isn't really in play. The 7 matches up flat with the 6. And then the pattern's flat from 8 to 8. So lefties, you're going to see them pretty much outside of first arrow for most of the day. And then righties, you see a couple people playing the extreme outside, the 1, 2, 3. Then there's a few guys, well, probably more than a few, that are going to be playing the 6, 7, 8 this morning. And we saw yesterday, as usual, as the day went on, players moved deeper and deeper, but they didn't get too deep like you'd see on a longer pattern, 38 to 40 to 42 feet. They kind of finished around probably 3rd arrow at the max, just because it's flat anywhere from 8 all the way to 8 on the left side. So you don't want to see guys getting too deep. But obviously, as the lane dries up, lane conditions change, and bowlers have got to do something. They can't keep their speed up and stay in the same spot all day, so they got to do something to change that. But one thing I saw yesterday that I didn't expect is a lot of players throwing reactive. Not a lot of urethane out there. I see a couple of urethanes that start today. But for the most part, everybody in the same spot today as they were yesterday. Bob Byrne Jr. with a couple 9s to start out. And here's Walter Ray. Walter is in 3rd to start the day. And also leaves a 10 pin to start the day. Walter went plus 247 yesterday, good enough for third place, a 230 average. Didn't have a game under 200 all day. Also didn't have a game over 250 all day. Had a 249, a 248, and a couple 247s to finish out his day. Chase Kaufman with you, alongside Jeff Goodger.
Hello.
Glad to be here for another 8 games qualifying. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning for match play starting at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Make sure you're here. Tell your friends, tell your family. Subscribe to FloBowling. Back to the scores. You mentioned Jeff Zaffino and Bob Learn Jr. on the same pair. Here's Jeff. Jeff qualified first at plus 259, 1859 for a 232 average. Started out his day quite strong with a 296. Didn't even know what happened until Linda Carter came down and told us. Didn't hear any cheering or anything. It's just normal for these guys. Shoot 290s in their sleep. Followed that with a 185, and then didn't have a game under 200 the rest of the day. 233, 257, 212, 205, 226, 245. And that got him into the leader spot after 8 games yesterday. Michael Duran, you just saw him. He was flirting with the cut yesterday. 192, 247, 244, 188, 215, 184, 202, 170. So if you can just stay away from those 180s, 170s, you'll have a decent shot at getting up there, as would most people if they don't shoot 180s, 170s. We are in Wyoming, Michigan, which means we're always going to have a couple more hometown guys from Michigan. And the leader from the Michigan Bowlers was Bo Gorgon out of Sanford, Michigan. Went plus 243. He had a 297 game 6 and a 268 game 8, which definitely propelled him to that 4th place spot. So we'll keep an eye on him throughout the day. And also, you got Tom Carter here. Tom is supposed to be in the booth with us for stepladder and do color with us, but he's in 6th place right now. He's flirting at that top 5 spot. Not a strong start, went gutter 9, but if there's any place to do it, first frame would be it. Tom, the top super senior on the day, and super senior, if you don't know it, 60 or older. Tom did not have a game under 200 except in game 5 where he shot a 168. He also had front 10 yesterday. That was one of our featured pairs. Shot 289, left a 2-pin on his 11th shot. Also finished out 247, 237. Tied for 4th place in that final stepladder position, even though we got a lot more games to go, is Brian LeClaire. Obviously having a solid season so far on tour. Plus 243 yesterday. Dave Hahn in 7th at plus 229. Ron Moore, who's having a fabulous season, super senior, at plus 228. Lenny Boris Jr. at plus 215. And I did not know this either, but he finished out with a nice 300 in game 8. There were 4 games where I think people had the front 9 or more, and we only knew one of them because he was right in front of us, Tom Carter. Didn't know Lenny shot 300 game 8, so congratulations, Mr. Boris Jr. Jumped him all the way up to 9th place. Kevin Anderson in 10th at plus 200. He did not have a game under 200 all day. Steve Hoskins in 11th. Ryan Schaefer in 12th. Super Senior Terry Mentzner at plus 171 in 13th. Gets to sleep in his own bed this week out of Kentwood, Michigan, not too far from here. Mark Sullivan in 14th. Bruce Hall, Daryl Bauer, Doug Kent, Paul Fleming, Brian Manini, Pete Weber at plus 132. He started his day out with a 279 and finished it with a 258, but struggled in the middle 6 games for the most part. Parker Bone was around that 32nd spot all day long, and then finally shot his high game 237 to jump him up to 21st place. Larry Verbal out of Mason, Michigan, in cut right now at plus 128. Followed by Tom Baker, John Dudek, Michael Hagen Jr., John Marsala, Ted Steichoff, Warren Eels, Mike Diaz, Gary Alstott, Paul Lamont, and Don Harrington is in your final cut spot at plus 96. So we were saying yesterday cut was pretty much 210 to 213 average all day long, and Don Harrington is exactly at a 212 average. There's Tom's first strike of the day. Hope to see many more from him. A lot of guys sitting on the outskirts of that cut line that could have good days. Just jump right back in it. Spoke with Sammy Ventura yesterday. He was flirting with that 32nd spot all day long. Had a rough game in game 8, shot 155. But he wasn't worried about it at all. He was having fun yesterday. He said, still got 8 more games tomorrow. These 8 games don't mean much. Wherever you're at after 8, doesn't matter. It's where you're at after 16. A lot of different bowling going on today. Pan Am Games doubles second round takes place today. I believe the woman began at 10 o'clock this morning, and the men will begin at 5 o'clock. That's Eastern time. And then we also got the PBA PWA mixed doubles tournament. So if you don't want to watch us, you can watch Phil. He'll be broadcasting that doubles tournament, of course, on FloBowling. We got a lot of bowling for you today. Jeff starting out, strike, spare, and double. I'm currently watching the 2000 PBA Indianapolis Open between Doug Kent and Jeff Zaffino. Jeff would eventually go on to lose in the finals to Doug. And Jeff looking for his first ever senior PBA 50 regional or PBA national tour title. He's got 10 PBA 50 regional titles. He's made the TV show 4 times on the PBA tour, the regular PBA tour. So got 19 PBA regional wins. Needs a couple national titles in here. Rooting for him. Shot from Tom there. Give him 3 in a row. So we got Bob Learn Jr., Tom Carter, Jeff Zaffino on 1 pair. They're in the top 6. Walter Ray right next to him in the top 5. Lenny Boris Jr. picking up right where he left off yesterday, front 5 down there on 31 and 32. So we'll get to that when he's up. Weber with a pretty strong start down there. Spare next 4, spare. And Mr. Learn now 4 in a row. Here's Deadeye. So it looks like you got a few more guys deciding to play outside of first arrow today rather than yesterday. I think if you have the speed and are able to get it to the pocket playing that line, then you might as well, but if not, no harm done playing a little bit inside of first arrow. It's more of a comfort thing, it looks like. See Hastings there with the purple hammer. One of the few throwing urethane today and yesterday. There's Lenny Borish, 6 in a row. 18 if you count yesterday, maybe more, depending on how he finished Game 7. Jeff opting to play outside of first arrow as well. And here is that match between Jeff Zaffino right there and Doug Kent. Back in the year of 2000, if you couldn't tell by those old graphics at the end and the incredible video quality. So he scores through 8 there between Doug. And there's Jeff playing the same line he's playing today. Got him good practice from 19 years ago. Here's Tommy looking for 4 in a row. Cannot get it. Looking like a few more strikes out on the scoreboards than there was yesterday early on. Tom with the 10 pin there. Yesterday we were seeing a lot of splits early on, a lot of guys going through the face, but it looks like people have kind of tamed down their bowling balls a little bit or moved to something a little less reactive on the scale. Just kind of letting the ball do the work, getting into the pocket. Shot from Don Harrington to the left you just saw. That's kind of what we saw a lot yesterday early on. See Bob Lauren really picking up some speed on his shot. Here's Walter Ray. Light 4 pin. Stops his streak at 4. Take a look here at Lenny Borish. Resetting after no 9 pin. See if he can make it 7 in a row. Or 19 in a row, if you will, maybe more. Depending on his 7th game yesterday. Can't get out the 2. So a nice string there. Ends at least 18 strikes in a row on what is not a simple shot. Borish, member since 1981 on the PBA. 2 PBA national television appearances, no titles. He's got 26 wins on the regional tour, 4 PBA 50 national tour wins. He's got 6 PBA 50 regional tour wins. I'm sure he wouldn't mind adding one more title to those stats. He's won over $230,000 on the regional tour. in his career. Five for 5 this year on match play appearances, but no stepladder appearances. If you look at his 8th game yesterday and his first game today, I'd like his chances, I guess. I would definitely say he's on the upward trend. Carter, back-to-back, missed 10 pins. Very dejected walk back to the tables. Of course, a lot of guys in contention here at Spectrum Lanes. If you wanted to get odds on everybody, there'd be a lot of guys you could take. Of course, anybody in the top 10 right now. A lot of good bowlers, 11 through 20. Hoskins, Schaefer, Weber, and Parker Bones still in 21st. Hagen, 25th. A lot of guys. Here's Bob Learn working on 5 in a row. Make that 6 in a row. Looking for his 4th PBA 50 title. Of course, who better to be in the stands watching these bowlers than the guy who's the pattern is named after, Del Ballard. Always helping his fellow bowlers. Of course, all these patterns that these guys bowl on, named after some of the legendary PBA Hall of Famers. Billy Hardwick, 44-foot pattern. Carmen Salvino, 44-foot pattern. Adele Ballard, 34. Dick Weber, 45-foot. Don Carter, Don Johnson, Earl Anthony, Johnny Petraglia. He's in the field. Mark Roth, Marshall Holman, and Mike Albee, all legendary bowlers. And then there's a Chris Paul 42-foot pattern. And they don't bowl on that one. That's an 8-to-1 pattern. Speaking of professional athletes who are also good bowlers, Mookie Betts. You've seen him on tour in a few events. He had a 3-home-run game last night. Kind of upset at myself I didn't take him in my DraftKings lineup, but oh well, there's always the next day. Going on a little bit of a tangent here. That's been 4 days in a row where a different MLB player's hit 3 home runs in the same game. And before now, there hadn't even been 3 in a row. 4 in a row now. Bob now with 7 in a row. It looks like he's probably going to jump Jeff for that top spot after 9 games. And of course, we'll get you scoring updates after 9 games. Or you can look at them for yourself after 8 right now or after 9 in approximately 10 to 15 minutes on PBA.com. Go to the live scoring tab or go to the schedule and click on the event, Spectrum Lanes Open, PBA50 schedule. Or you can go to FloBowling.com, click on the results tab. Got them there for you as well. So we'll let the bowlers do the talking in these last couple of frames as they finish up game 9 of 16 and game 1 of 8 today. Chase Kaufman here with you alongside Jeff Goodger for the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open here in Wyoming, Michigan. We'll be right back. Game 2 of 8 now underway here at the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open, presented by DV8. No scores to update yet, but it should be coming in any minute. Got some new bowlers coming in to 25 through 28, and then the same bowlers from 29 to 32. There was a couple tournaments that I wanted to look at in the past. One of them being the Hamilton Lanes and Entertainment Center Open, presented by Columbia 300. That was back in early May, and the reason I wanted to focus on that was it's the same pattern they're bowling on, the Del Ballard 34-foot pattern. I already let you know 212 so far was the cut score in this tournament after 8 games. And after 8 games, actually 7 games, they bowled 7 and 7. After 7 games, the cut score was plus 142 there for a 220 average. So this shot playing a little tougher here at Spectrum Lanes than it was at Hamilton Lanes and Entertainment Center out in New Jersey. That's a 220 average for that plus 142. And then after qualifying round 2, another 7 games, cut dropped to 217.64 average. Which is a little interesting. Usually the cut will rise a little bit going from day 1 to day 2 when you're bowling on the same shot. But there also was 2 squads in that event, an A and B squad. In this event, just 1 squad, and already I see a lot more strikes than I did early on yesterday. So we'll see what happens throughout the day here. Lenny Boris Jr. qualified 2nd through 14 games out in New Jersey in early May. Ron Moore qualified 3rd, Tom Baker in 4th. Ryan Schaefer, Joel Carlson, Michael Hagen, all in the top 10 of that tournament. And Joel Carlson ended up taking the win for that tournament. Shot a 279 in his final match. But so did Ron Moore. It went to a roll-off where Carlson won that in 1 ball. He struck. Moore had an 8, and Carlson walked away with the title out in New Jersey. Also making the step ladder in that tournament and is also here today, Parker Bone, the 3rd, qualified 5th in that step ladder. Joel Carlson 3rd, Michael Hagen Jr. in 2nd, and Ron Moore was the top qualifier after position round games in that tournament. Ryan Schaefer just on the outskirts, missed by 41. Walter Ray missed by 50 in that tournament. Lenny Boris missed by 102, and he was in 10th. Another tournament I wanted to look at was the PBA50 Cup in 2018. And that was held here at Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan. And that was the first PBA50 tour they've had, or stop here they've had in quite a while. Or first event here they've had here in quite a while, actually. Take a look at that tournament, see how bowlers fared out there. Also presented by DV8. They bowled on the Earl Anthony 42-foot pattern, 88 entries. And Brian Kretzer walked away with the win here last season. not doing so well here this year. Went -2 yesterday. Defeated Amleto Monticelli in that final match, 259 to 225. Also making this stepladder, Eugene McCune. You see him in our feature pair right here. He qualified second here last season. Amleto Monticelli qualified third, Parker Bone in fourth, and Ron Moore in fifth. So Ron Moore's got a good combination, being on this 34-foot pattern and being at Spectrum Lanes. Made stepladder in both of those events. See if he can make it here. He's doing pretty well. Plus 228 overall after yesterday. Ryan LeClaire just missed the stepladder here last season by 4 pins. Ryan Schaefer finished 7th. Pete Weber 11th. Doug Kent 12th. Hagen Jr. in 14th. Boris Jr. 16th. So just some of those other finishers from this event last season that are in the field today. There's Eugene McCune stepping up here in the 5th frame. He won the 2018 South Shore Open, comes in high there, leaves the 3-6-10. McCune went plus 63 yesterday. Had some good games, had some bad games. Started out pretty rough, 168, 175, and finished with 183. But in between went 213, 212, 242, 46, 224. And then today started out with a 192, which means that we have scores after one game today. So I actually misspoke game one. I said Bob Lerner Jr. would most likely take the lead. Also on our feature pair, we got a lot of good bowlers in the feature pair. Tom Baker is looking for his 13th PBA 50 title. Not able to double there. Brian LeClaire actually leads now. Shot 278 in game one. So he's in first overall at plus 321. Bob Lerner Jr. still in second at plus 318. Walter Ray jumps to third with the 248 game at plus 295. Jeff Zaffino in fourth at plus 276. And Lenny Boris Jr. saw him with the front six. He jumps to fifth now from ninth at plus 272. Ron Moore in sixth at plus 255. There's Ricky Schisler. He's got the front five now. Bo Gorgon, Michigan native, leads all Michigan bowlers at plus 253. He's in seventh rather. Tom Carter leading. He's in second now for super seniors and eighth on the day at plus 231. Dave Hahn in ninth. Mark Sullivan in 10th. Terry Metzner, we saw him do pretty well yesterday. Struggled in game one, shot 175. So he now sits in 16th, tied with Pete Weber at plus 146. Then you go all the way down to the cut line, where it's dropped a bit in average and in plus minus actually. Ricky Schisler, who's on the front five, sits in that 32nd spot at plus 95. He shot 286 game one. So Schisler with a lot of strikes in his first game and a half of work. See if we can continue that run today. Back to McCune. McCune now sits in 44th place at plus 55 overall. Comes in high, leaves a 4-9 there. McCune doing his specialty. Piping it up outside first arrow. I think he was playing inside a little bit more yesterday. There's Baker, who's looking for his 13th title, getting back on track.
I can still count on one hand how many of those have been. You remember them all. I remember every one of them. Actually, the three strikes this game have been.
That's Mark Abraham, you can hear in the background. Lansing, Michigan native. Not doing well this weekend, but still having fun. Shot 247 his first game. There's Rick Graham. He's in 49th at plus 40. So cut's only plus 95, but people with a plus score right now goes all the way to 63rd place. So there's 31 guys still in the positives that can jump all the way up to 32nd place at plus 95. So it looks like it'll be a little tough for us to try to figure out who's going to be in that top 32 once game 8 rolls around. Flurry Verbal, couple pairs down with spare next 4 to start. He's on a pair with some pretty good bowlers, Ron Moore, Terry Metzner, Johnny Petraglia, and Don Breeden. Solid pair there. Doug Kent off to the side with his first double through 6 frames. Here is Schisler working on 5, and he makes it 6. Comes back smiling after that one. Trips out the 4-7. Check out Schisler's career stats. Schisler, remember, since 1988. He's got 1 PBA regional title. And 2 PBA50 regional titles. Still looking for his first win on the PBA50 Tour. He's made 2 out of 6 match plays this season. He's made 1 stepladder appearance in his PBA50 national career. And with a 286 game 1 and the front 6 game 2, he's making a run. Back to McCune, comes in high once again with a 4-pin. Gary Faulkner working on a nice 4-bagger now. Don Harrington with a pretty solid start. Saw Don and Monticello bowl pretty well in qualifying after day 1, was the leader. And here's Schisler working on 6, trying to make it 7. And nice shot there. It looks like he might be throwing urethane actually. It looks like maybe a pitch black. can't tell from here, but it looks pretty dull. I actually got the opportunity to bowl on the shot for a couple games after all was said and done. They didn't re-oil or anything. And it got pretty dry from where they started. And of course I was bowling a suit and tie, so I couldn't do much with that, but didn't really keep score. But if I was bowling this tournament, I can't tell you exactly, but I think I might have started with urethane, honestly. It was just, looked to be more comfortable to me, and I mentioned yesterday, it seemed like a lot of these guys just all agreed to throw reactive because there's not a lot of urethane out there, or maybe just with the amount of revs these guys get, or lack thereof, maybe reactive just is the best choice for them. Try to get something going on the back end. But it seems to work out for a lot of these guys. Saw a lot of good scores yesterday. A few 290s, a 280, a 300. Micah Hagen now with 3 in a row there. Hagen sitting 12 pins out of cut, only had a 166 game 1 to drop him out of cut. But still 7 games left, of course. Hagen a member since 1994. 4 PBA titles, 23 PBA regional titles, and 3 PBA50 titles. Still looking for his first PBA title this season. He's made 2 step ladders, 5 out of 6 on match plays. Stick right here with Schisler. He's looking to make it 8 in a row after shooting a 286. Sitting in 32nd place. It only takes 1 game for you to jump all the way up into cut. And Schisler just showed us. He was sitting at +9 coming into this morning. Then shoots 286 and puts himself in 32nd, and he's on way to jumping up a few more spots. Nice shot, 8 in a row. Gary Faulkner right above him. Not doing too shabby as well. Double 7 spare, next 5. Faulkner trying to prove that you can be anywhere after 8 games. It's where you're at after 16 that matters. He's at +72 after 9 games. He shot 195 in game 1. Joel Carlson, we mentioned him, that he won the last event that this pattern was put out at in New Jersey. He is currently at +90, a couple pins out of the cut. He shot 245 game 1. Here is Don Harrington, trying to punch out for 239 in these last couple frames. Can't get the 9th frame shot, the all-important 9th frame. The foundation frame. Foundation frame isn't trademarked, is it? I think it's all right.
That's fine. It's expected.
Back to Hagen. Michael Hagen Jr. now with 4 in a row. He's coming back strong after a 165 start. After McCune's shot here, we'll go back over to 29 and 30. Watch Faulkner and Schisler finish out their games. Here is Faulkner trying to make it 6 in a row on a 277 pace. And he sent with that one wide. Got that one pretty far down lane. How about Tom Baker, super senior out of North Carolina? He's in 23rd right now at plus 122. Not having a great game here, but strikes in that 9th frame. He can max out for 204 now, which would be a pretty solid save. He's only got 1 double in this second game of qualifying today. Terry Metzner, we mentioned him. He went spare, next 5 spare. So a solid game down there. He's on, looks like 19 and 20. That is a pitch black that Schisler is throwing. See Jeff Savino right there in 31 and 32. He's not having a great game. No doubles and just split in the 9th. So unless a miracle pickup happens here, he'll be in the low 180s if he maxes out. Here's Schisler working on the front 8. And leaves a high 4. It looks like he got it out just a little bit early at the break point. But a nice run there for Schisler as he tries to max out for 279 to go a little over plus 150 on the day and jump himself up there safely into the top 32. So we'll get you scores after 10 games as the bowlers finish out game 2 of 8 today and game 10 of 16 overall. You're watching the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open presented by DV8. Here on FloBowling with Chase Kaufman alongside Jeff Goodger. We'll be right back.
guys bowl, go ahead and bowl under the wrong names. I caught you before you bowled, Dale. Thanks. Go ahead and continue.
right, scores are up after 10 games, or after 2 games today. And the leader still Brian LeClaire at 535 for the block, 278, 257. And now he leads by over 67 pins over second place, who is Walter Ray Williams Jr. at plus 311. Walter at 464 on the day. Bob Learn Jr. in third at 443 at a rough second game. 175 after starting out with a 268. Ron Moore plus 281. Tom Carter in fifth at plus 277. Bo Gorgon plus 270. Ryan Schaefer plus 267. He's at 493 today. He went 235 and then 258 his second game. Lenny Boris Jr. in eighth now, jumped up a spot. He finished out with a 263 last game. He had the front eight. Ron Moore punching out that kicked out 10 pin there. Jeff Zaffino -7 on the day, now in ninth place. So he dropped from first to ninth after just 2 games here today. Kevin Anderson still in 10th place at plus 234. Daryl Bauer in 11th at plus 206. Dave Hahn plus 205. Mark Sullivan, Bruce Hall, Paul Fleming, Warren Eels, Terry Metzner, Larry Verbal, a couple of Michigan bowlers right in front of us in 17th and 18th. Ricky Schisler, Don Harrington, Schisler was actually the one with the front 9, not Borish, my mistake. Don Harrington tied for 19th. Steve Hoskins, Don Breeden, Doug Kent, all the way down to Tom Baker, now at the cut line at plus 103, 210 average. Michael Haugen jumped into 31st. Parker Bone, Pete Weber, 26th and 27th. So cut still around a 210 average. A lot of guys still in contention. 45th place, plus 62. Only 41 pins back of 32nd place. So still 6 more games and anything could happen. See Terry Metzner right in front of us. So he picks up a 2-pin out of Kentwood, Michigan. Not far from here at all. And you got Larry Verbal on the same pair. Larry also a Michigan native. Out of Mason, Michigan. Not too far away from here. Got a good amount of Michigan bowlers at this event. Mark Abraham out of Lansing, Michigan. Saw Abraham last game. Not doing too well so far this tournament, but had a nice first game. Actually had a 185 first game. It said 247 earlier. And then we also have Charlie Tapp, one of the most distinguished Michigan bowlers here. Coaches Aquinas College. Coaches their men's bowling team. Bowl against them quite often. I go to Lawrence Tech. Get to see them at all of the conference matches. Let's take a look at Charlie Tapp's tournament stats. He's got 3 PBA titles in his career. One of the oldest members on tour. He is 68 years old. He's been a member for quite some time now. Dates back all the way to 1978, so over 40 years. He's been a PBA member. He started in 1978. 3 national PBA wins. 18 stepladder appearances on the PBA Tour. He's bowled in 361 PBA Tour events, made match play in 76 of those. Over $380,000 in winnings on the PBA Tour. There's Ron Moore, can't roll out that 2-pin there. His run stops at 3 in a row. Mr. Tapp also with 2 PBA regional titles, 1 PBA 50 regional title, and 2 PBA 50 national titles. So he's got 5, 7, 8 PBA titles overall. Charlie trying to make a run today. 467 after 2 today, went 258, 209. Charlie just a pair outside of our featured pairs. He went open spare spare to start. He gets on back on track with a strike there. So we'll keep an eye on Charlie. He's in 38th place now at plus 84. So we'll keep an eye on him. Take a look at some other Michigan bowlers. And Charlie, his first title all the way back in 1983 in Seattle. This is his 3rd event on the PBA 50 Tour this season and finished 9th last week. So quite the career. Also got Dave Bernhardt out of Romeo, Michigan in the field today, super senior. He's at minus 179 overall. Bo Gorgon, we mentioned him. He's in 6th place right now at plus 270. Bo has a regional PBA title. Got 3 stepladder appearances on the PBA 50 Tour. He's also made 17 match plays on the PBA 50 Tour, and he's looking good to make it 18 after this tournament. 6 more games to go. He's in 6th place. A little under 170 pins over the cut. So I like his chances to make match play. Michael Chernowski out of Shepherd, Michigan. He's in 88th place right now, minus 183. Chernowski with 7 stepladder appearances on the PBA 50 regional tour in his career. Has not made a stepladder on the PBA 50 tour yet, the regular one, the national one. But he does have 8 match play appearances. And you got Terry Metzner, good old Terry right in front of us. And he's having a pretty solid week, or pretty solid couple days, I should say. Terry currently sitting in 17th place overall, plus 171 overall, and even on the day. He started out strong. Or he had a second game of a 225. He started out strong in that game, but then opened finish out. We'll be rooting for super senior Terry Metzner. Terry out of Kentwood, Michigan. I mentioned that a couple times. He's got a couple stepladder appearances on the PBA Regional Tour. Still looking for PBA50 National stepladder appearance. But he does have a PBA50 Regional Tour title. And then that takes us to Larry Verbal. Larry currently sitting in 18th place at plus 160, plus 32 on the day. And he's doing pretty well here to start. Spare next 4. See him right in front of you there. Bowling on a pretty distinguished pair with Petraglia, Moore, Metzner, and Breeden. So a lot of good Michigan bowlers out in the field, and a lot of them trying to make a run up into the cut line, and some of them even trying to make a run at that step ladder. That'll be tomorrow night at 7 o'clock Eastern time, only on FloBowling. I'll be here with you, Chase Kaufman, and hopefully alongside Tom Carter. He'll be doing color with us for the step ladder, assuming he doesn't make the step ladder. He's in 5th right now, so he's right there. You see Ron Moore, who is serving that title of PBA Hall of Famer quite well this season. Already a couple titles under his belt. Also, quite a few PBA 50 titles. And after a double there, trying to make it even more. And you got the legend Johnny Petraglia here, 14 career PBA 50 titles.
It's PBA Tour.
PBA Tour titles, my mistake. Ron Moore with 11 PBA 50 titles, trying to make it 12. And there's Terry Metzner. Who? He's Terry Metzner. And that look and that shot gives you why he's Terry. Thanking the crowd after that one. Give him a nice hand. Nice shot, Terry. Give him a thumbs up. Terry with a couple doubles this game. Trying to get back into that 220 range. So we can stay pretty healthy in the cut. Don Breeden struggling this game, but had a solid first 2 games. 516 his first 2. He's at plus 148 now. He went 288, 228. But he went strike, spare, 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 open to start the first half of game 3. A nice shot, but a half ringing, half flat 10 there.
Petraglia has 8 PBA50 titles, by the way. Had to cross-reference 10 sources to make sure that was correct.
His last one came at the Senior Dayton Classic back in May of 2012. Tied with Tita Simmons, who last had his PBA 50 title in 1997.
Did you already say he had 8 while I was
No, I
searching
did
the
not.
internet? Okay.
So don't worry.
Okay. I feel better.
Still providing relevant content here on FloBowling. Here's Doug Kent playing that deep outside line. See where Doug's at on the leaderboard. Probably already said his name, but I don't remember. He's in 23rd place, plus 143. Only minus 15 on the day. He's got a solid game going. First double there in the 6th and 7th. Still clean. High 6-pin from Johnny there. Keep it here to Ron Moore. Let's try and make it 3 in a row. Eugene McCune down there. Double spare next 4. He was out of the cut after 10 games. He's currently sitting in 36th place at plus 90. Only 13 out, so this one should get him in there if he can stay clean. Ron Moore comes in high, leaves a 4-pin. Looked a little slow, he knew it. Strike's starting to slow down here a little bit, at least on our featured pairs. We got one on 27 and 28 right here. He's doing pretty well. Other than that, not a ton of amazing scores. A lot of solid 210 paces, 220s. See John Weber there, our tournament director, brother of Pete Weber. Doing a great job as always.
John Weber tracker must be malfunctioning. Where's the Weber tracker? That is John Weber. Well, I know what I'm doing in game 4, Chase.
Here's Mike Diaz. We haven't talked about him much yet this tournament, but he's sitting in 45th right now at plus 62. Diaz currently sits at 3 PBA 50 titles. His last one came in late May of this season at the PBA 50 Northern California Classic. He's trying to make it up to 4 to tie guys in the name of Parker Bone, Lenny Boris Jr., Bob Chamberlain, and Barry Gurney. Ron Moore, Larry Verbal, both with solid games. That looks a little better. Nope, still a 4-pin. He can do it again. Larry spare, next 6. Trying to make it 7 here. Does get the 7th. That's 18th place for Larry Verbal. Sitting at plus 160 overall. Interesting game going. A couple pairs down to our left. Brian Kretzer, not sure what happened, but it says strike, 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 double gutter, 7 spare next 4. So I'm hesitant to say that he actually double guttered after going strike, strike, strike. Obviously he's going to be playing outside, but to think that he double guttered, pretty tough. But you never know. Just left a 10-pin there, so he can pick it up and strike still for 209. It's probably one of the better games I've seen with a double gutter in my lifetime. Mainly because you don't see too many, especially here on tour. So that's interesting. Kretzer in 65th place. He's minus 16 overall. Not having a great couple days. Terry cleans up the 10-pin. Back to Diaz. Trying to make a run here. Oh, that does not help. On a strike too in the 8th. Could have doubled there. That one hurts. Takes his max from a 224 to a 204. Don doubling up after a rough start to this game 3, but after a good start to the first couple games. Mentioned that earlier, he was plus 99 for the first couple games. Or plus 116 rather. Plus 99 was Danny Clark I just looked at. On Breeden, plus 116 after 2, plus 148 overall. That one comes in high for Moore as well, but this time able to get out that 4-pin. Maxes out for 247 with a frame left to go. shot from Johnny there. Shot from Terry there. Finish out here with Breeden and Verbal. Breeden plus 116 on the day, trying to pull out a nice 200 here if you can. Able to get out the 10 there. It's 3 in a row. Verbal, 290 pace. Here's Diaz after a rough 9-pin on a strike. Yeah, it does not like that there. That does not help. Verbal on 8 in a row. Spared, 9 spare in the first, next 8. Make it 9 in a row. So Larry Verbal at plus 160 has the opportunity to jump all the way to plus 250, which would put him in 10th place if everybody else shot 200, obviously. So he's going to jump close to that top 10. See what Ron Moore can do here. Nice shot, Ron. Verbal looking for 10 in a row now. Saw something didn't like. Didn't look like anybody walked up on him. Just a reset. Nice shot from Doug Kent there. Looks like he's going to have a clean game. Can strike again for 2 to get into the 2 teens. Verbal got that one in and he knew it. Nonetheless, a solid game from Verbal. You can get these two for 278. Go down to 31 and 32, where Eugene McCune is going to step up in the 10th to possibly shoot 279 over there. He's not up yet, but we'll get over to him when he is. See if Ron Moore can get this second one in the 10th to put him in the 240s. And he gets it. So Moore's going to be in the nice 240s. Verbal will be in the 270s. See who goes first between Verbal and McCune. And it looks like they're going almost at the same time. But Verbal's going to get probably these two anyways. Back over to McCune. Nice shot for the first one. So McCune can get these next two for a 279 to give him a nice third game of 8 today. 5 more to go after this. Chase Kaufman here with you alongside Jeff Goodger for the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open presented by DV8. 5 games to go. We'll be right back. Just under 5 games to go left at the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open, presented by DV8. We got some scores for you. After 3 games today, 11 games overall. And still leading Brian LeClaire at plus 413. Shot a 770 for his first 3 games. Shot 235 last game. Could have shot 265 for 800. But I'm sure he'll take a 770. So Brian LeClaire leads with a 237.55 average. Walter Ray Williams Jr. in second place. Shot a 712. He is at 359 over. Ron Moore now in third place out of Las Vegas. Shot 699 for 3. He's now at plus 327. Bo Gorgon plus 317. He is in fourth place out of Michigan. Bob Lorne Jr. now in fifth place, 665 today, plus 315 overall. Ryan Schaefer in sixth, plus 287. Tom Carter in seventh, plus 285. Lenny Boris Jr. plus 269. Jeff Zaffino plus 242. And in 10th, Super Senior Daryl Bauer at plus 240. Larry Verbal jumped to 11th place after that 280 he just had. 278 rather, but he is in 11th place at plus 238. Terry Metzner, we saw him plus 2, he's now plus 193 in 16th place. Pete Weber just 7 pins below him in 17th place. Ricky Schisler 763 for 3 games today. He's now in 20th place at plus 172. Eugene McCune, he shot 706 for his first 3 games, shot 279 last game. He is now in 21st. Joel Carlson, 714 for 3 games, 22nd place. Don Breeden, 700. Even after that 180 with an open in a 10th, he's now in 29th place. And tied for 32nd, the cut line is now plus 117. That is shared by Parker Bone III and Super Senior James Stortz, both averaging just a shade under 211 now. So cut's been around 210 to 213 average all week long. And it looks like it's going to stay that way most likely. Scores have been pretty consistent all day today from what I've seen. If I had to make a guess, I'll say cut's going to be plus 179. Just a guess, just for the heck of it. I'm going to write that down. So if it's plus 179, I'll brag to everybody that I was right. And if it's not plus 179, I'm not going to say a single word about my guess. So it's a win-win. Let's see who else is close. Tom Baker, just a pin out of cut now at plus 116. Michael Duran, plus 106. Charlie Tapp, Super Senior. We talked about him last game with his PBA titles. He's at plus 94 now. He shot 677 for 3 games. Tommy Martin, he's in 66th place, but he's plus 90 on the day. Danny Clark, minus 55 overall, but he's plus 104 today. There's Sammy Ventura, who just left the 510. Sammy currently tied for 51st at plus 35. He's close to that Super Senior cash line. Mark Sullivan starting out strong. A lot of these guys, familiar faces, including this man, Brian Kretzer. He won the 2018 DV8 Cup last season right here at Spectrum Lanes. A lot of events held here in the past at Spectrum Lanes. And last year was the first one in quite a while. Started here in 1994 with the Great Lakes Classic. That was 25 years ago. Seems like a long time ago now. 25 years, 1994. And that tournament called the Great Lakes Classic was won by Dave Ferraro. It was late October, stretching out into early November. Dave Ferraro won the final match over Norm Duke, 279 to 256, and took home $16,000 for that win. Another man in that stepladder back in 1994 here at Spectrum Lanes, Eugene McCune, finished fourth in that tournament. Took home $4,000. He's bowling well here today. It would come back the following year in 1995. Held in mid-October of 95. And the winner of that one, who ran the stepladder, qualified for Danny Wiseman. Shot .983 for his 4 games on television. Defeated John Mazza out of Shelby Township, Michigan, to take home the 1995 Great Lakes Classic title for his 6th title. Wiseman never trailed in that final match and took home his 6th title and $17,500. And on the Great Lakes Classic, took a break for a little while until it came back in 2001. So it took off 6 years until it came back to Spectrum Lanes. And again held in mid-October. And that was won by a man in this field who was, I don't know, he's pretty good, all right. He's decent. Pete Weber. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of him or not, but he's pretty good. Took home $40,000 that week in 2001. Defeated another guy in this field. Parker Bone III finished 2nd in that event. He took home $20,000. Walter Ray finished 5th. See if anybody else is here from that tournament. Steve Hoskins tied for 6th. Tom Baker tied for 9th. Brian Kretzer. And then the tournament was renamed the PBA Banquet Classic the following year in 2002. And that was someone's first title in November of 2002. And he's here today. Eugene McCune won that tournament back in November of 2002. His first PBA title. Defeated Walter Ray Williams Jr. in that event. Won $40,000 here at Spectrum Lanes. So McCune's had a pretty solid career here at Spectrum Lanes. See if he can add another title to his belt here in Wyoming, Michigan. Norm Duke, Tom Baker, Mike Machuga rounded out the step ladder in that season in 2002. Randy Peterson and Leto Monticelli also here. Michael Hagen also finished tied for 9th. Lost in the round of 16. That event later the next year moved to Nebraska, but then came back in 2005. Back to Spectrum Lanes. still named the Banquet Classic. And that event was won by Tommy Jones. Tommy Jones defeated Liz Johnson at that event. Back in 2005, 14 years ago now. That was in mid-March. Defeated Liz Johnson in that final match, 219 to 192. Wes Malott, Steve Jaros, also pulled in that tournament. Walter Ray Williams Jr. lost in the round of 8 in that tournament. Brian Kretzer lost in the round of 16, as did Pete Weber to Walter Ray. And then the following year, it was renamed the Great Lake Classic in 2006. And that tournament was won by Patrick Allen 13 years ago. Late March to early April is when Patrick Allen won that tournament. Defeated Patrick Healy Jr. in the final match. Chris Barnes, Pete Weber, and Walter Ray Williams rounded out the stepladder. Tom Baker finished 12th. And then the final year of the Great Lakes Classic was in 2007. I've already mentioned his name quite a few times here, talking about the past events that were held at the Great Lakes Classic, well, that were held at Spectrum Lanes here in Wyoming, Michigan. And that was won by Walter Ray Williams Jr. Defeated Chris Loschetter in the final match, 276 to 204. Defeated Mike Scroggins in the semifinal, and Chris Loschetter defeated Parker Bone in his semifinal match. So a lot of history here at Spectrum Lanes. We mentioned the PBA 50 Cup was held here last season. So we'll see who can etch their names into the history books, or to the record books, rather, here at the PBA 50 Spectrum Lanes Open, presented by DV8. Who will it be? Will it be this man, Steve Hoskins? Or will it be one of the other 100 bowlers here? Steve currently in 28th place. He's minus 58 on the day. Not doing all that well. Still a game, not a game over 200. 176, 195, 171. Tommy Martin, he's plus 90 on the day, minus 16 overall, so having a much better second day. Brian Manini can't seem to get much going here. Went spare, spare, strike, spare, spare. Currently sitting in 40th place at plus 85, but minus 59 on the day. Trying to get some insight from Mr. Hoskins. See if he's any help. Both are around minus 40 today, or minus 60 rather. Here's Kretzer. Makes it 3 in a row. He is minus 7 on the day, minus 9 overall. Steve Jansen with the 4-6 there. He's letting us know he's having some hip problems, but he was going to tough it out. Sammy Ventura fighting for that cashier's check for the Super Seniors. Ryan Schaefer with a 202 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. We'll be seeing him next game. He's quietly been in the top 32 for the last couple days. Paul Fleming to our left, working on a 5-bagger. He's been in cut most of the time around 15th to 20th. Nice shot by Tony there. Tony in 56 at plus 9 overall, plus 9 on the day. Log won't roll for Mark Sullivan. Kretzer can't seem to get a long string going. That's kind of what he needs right now. Kretzer still a good amount out of cut. He's minus 9, so he's over 100 pins out. With just 5 games left to go. A little under 5, actually. We'll finally be seeing our leader, Brian Leclerc, coming up soon. He's doing pretty well this game, in game 4 as well, working on a 4-bagger. Looks like he can get the next 4 for high 250s. Currently taking a look at the scoreboard. We saw Leclerc take a win in Monticello. as well as the very next tournament, the PBA50 South Shore Open. Lane's really starting to dry up. I feel like we didn't really get to this point until around game 6 or 7 yesterday. Now guys are really trying to keep the speed up, playing a little inside a second arrow. Trying to keep up with the pattern, trying not to get too far into that flat area. How about Bruce Hall? Bruce Hall currently on a 250 pace, and no more. Let's take a look at Bruce Hall's scores today. Bruce Hall in 15th place, plus 202 overall, just plus 36 on the day. Pretty consistent so far, and 198, 213, 225. It looks like this one's going to be close as well. Hoskins already over third arrow to give him 3 in a row. Let's see if Bruce can pick this one up. Nice spare. Keeps him on pace to strike out for a 258. So a nice solid spare there in the 9th for Hall. He's going to look to jump a few spots if he can finish that game out nicely. How about James Knobloch? Strike, 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 spare, spare, strike, strike. He's not too far out of it. He's at plus 56. He's in 45th place, plus 47 on the day. And he's got a pretty solid game going right now. Oh. Mark Sullivan. Looks like he's been there before. He's done it all. James, super senior out of Waukesha, Wisconsin. Try to get a couple more doubles in here. Get into the 240s, 250s, possibly 260s. Put himself right in contention with just 4 games left to go. Throwing the squatch by Radical. Comes in just a bit high, but nice shot nonetheless. And he just said, I got away with that one. Thought it was a little high. Got some fans and family members back there rooting him on. Speaking of the fans and family members, we got quite a few of them back here today rather than yesterday. Now that it's Saturday. Not many people working on Saturday. So come on out and watch. If you're nearby, $5 to get in. Not too bad to watch some of the greatest of all time duke it out. No pun intended, because Norm Duke is not here. All right, Sammy, pick it up. That would have been a nice double there for Sammy to get him back to possible 200s. See if Hoskins can make it 4 in a row here. You cannot, and that's not what he wanted to see either. Back to Kretzer, who can max out for a 258. Got that one way out and comes back way in. So a few decent games going here. Kretzer. No block. And Hall. All on our featured pairs. Keep you updated with all of them as we head into the second half of day 2, or the 4th quarter of the tournament, for qualifying, that is. Chase Kaufman alongside Jeff Goodger here at the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open, presented by DV8. We'll be right back for game 5 of 8. Don't go anywhere.
guys, we appreciate your patience, and the lanes will shut down. They'll come back up, your names will appear, and when they do, you can begin your competition here again at Spectrum Lanes. Thanks again for your patience. We will get you up and running momentarily. Thank you.
Everybody leave their junk here with you? Is that what's going on? God, I wish I didn't have a hotel room the next 2 nights. I would be going fucking home. I do not need to be here for 2 nights. I am toxic. No, I shot 149 million. Just put A, B, C, D, E up and not fucking worry about it. They're reloading everything. Two nights. I did too. I think Allstott. Well, no, Lenny's got to stay now, so he'll keep that. Well, and Allstott's in easy too, so what? Well, it's longer next year. 2 more weeks. I might go on it. I don't even know if I'm going to do that. Just got my cars. Yeah. So lucky that you guys not here. I was hoping to come up and I'd be A or B.
Okay, guys, good luck.
Why didn't you run it out, Brian? Brian, why didn't you run it out? Why didn't you run it out?
I kept slipping walking the whole way up there. In case you know where all the slobs leave all their trash.
I noticed. I just got done telling him. I said, "Is this where everybody leaves everything, or what?"
I've cleaned up 3 or 4 piles today already. All for tomorrow? You got it in yet?
Not sure. Maybe. If I don't.
I want you to both good and make it.
I just shot 149. I just shot 149. I'm gonna have to average 249 for the
I
next.
got to tell myself, once I can't average 240 and make the cut, I'm quit. If I can average 240 laps,
I
I
just
still get to 189 over.
I just texted Diane. She says, "I'm so fucking pissed." I said, "I wish I wouldn't have got this hotel for the next 2 nights." She said, "You look good." I said, "I shot 140 fucking." She goes, "Oh, that's not good." It felt like I threw the ball pretty short. That's what I told her. I said, "I don't want to be that guy."
I'm home the rest of the year. Like golf tomorrow.
batter's not even close to the last batter.
I'm getting rid of where I'm at. Yeah, sure. Yep. What is that?
That is a huge basket of onions from just right where the people own the high school.
Great. They both put tears in your eyes when they're raw. Nope. Don't do onions. Yep. No, he asked me if I wanted some. I said, nope, I don't do onions.
A little over halfway done through day 2 of qualifying. That means we got some scores for you. Still leading at 997 today. So plus 197 over today, plus 440 overall is Brian LeClaire. He's finally on our featured pairs. Currently on 25 and 26, so feel free to watch his full game if you'd like. Click on each pair individually, or you can watch us on the Flow Zone. Chase Kaufman alongside Jeff Goodger. Having a great time out here in Wyoming, Michigan at Spectrum Lanes. In second place, Walter Ray Williams Jr. at plus 396, just 44 pins back of first. Ron Moore in third, plus 372. Bo Gorgon, or Bo Gorgon, not sure, plus 359. Bob Learn Jr. in fifth at plus 350. Ryan Schaefer in sixth, plus 328. Tom Carter, seventh, plus 312. Lenny Boris Jr. in eighth at plus 297. In ninth, Warren Eels, plus 271. And in 10th now, Super Senior Bruce Hall, plus 248. We've seen him a couple times. We just saw him shoot a nice 240 his last game. Jeff Zaffino also tied for 10th. He led yesterday's qualifying, but he's minus 11 today, plus 248 overall. Larry Verbal out of Mason, Michigan, plus 98 on the day, plus 226 overall. Eugene McCune, Pete Weber, plus 193, plus 173 respectively. In 21st and 22nd place. Parker Bowen, 28th place. Also 28th place, Michael Duran and Michael Haugen Jr., all at plus 130. And your cut score, plus 121 for just a shade over 210 average. And that is Mr. Charlie Tapp out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Charlie, super senior, 68 years old, plus 104 today, plus 121 overall. 258, 209, 210, 227 to get him into 32nd place. James Knobloch, saw him shoot a nice game last game. He's now at plus 110, plus 101 for the day. Only 11 pins out of cut. That would be quite the comeback if he were to make it in, just like Charlie Tapp. He's at 904. Would be a pretty solid comeback. Let's check to see some other high scores out of cut, see if anybody's on the run. Don Breeden, plus 61 for 4 today. Mike Meinman, plus 79 for 4. He's at plus 107 now. James Campbell, plus 88 today, plus 58 overall. And it looks like if it stays at a 210 average, be plus 160. So we'll say plus 160 to 170 is the line these guys are shooting for right now. Which means if you're around even after 12 games, it's still a possibility you can make it in, shoot 240s your last 4 games, and you'll be right on the edge there. And you'll give yourself a pretty solid shot for being even after 12. So if you look at it that way, 61st place is plus 2. So there's still a lot of guys that can shoot some solid games here and jump up into cut possibly. You never know. You might notice a guy not in the field that's usually here. Amleto Monticelli is not here. He is coaching the Dominican Republic in the Pan Am Games out in Lima, Peru, where bowling is taking place right now. They started on Thursday, July 25th for the first 6 games rather of doubles. and they will finish up today. And actually, it looks like they just finished up. And the woman who bowled this morning ended up taking the win. Stephanie Johnson and Shannon O'Keefe pulled through. Stephanie Johnson averaged 224. Shannon O'Keefe averaged 218 to finish with a 53-17 for 12 games. So congratulations to those two ladies on taking home the gold in the women's doubles competition. Mexico finished in second, and third place, Dominican Republic. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Dominican Republic was actually in first heading into the second set of 6 games. Congratulations to Stephanie Johnson and Shannon O'Keefe. Men's doubles will get underway at 5 o'clock Eastern time. If you want to keep track of that, you can go to www.lima2019.pe/en/results. That'll actually get you to the women's results, but men's results aren't far away from that. Jacob Buttriff and Nicholas Pate bowling for the men, currently in second place. They're a little under 250 pins out of first from Puerto Rico. Christian Azcona and Jean Perez leading the way, both averaging over 240. Jacob Buttriff actually led the field, averaging 252. He finished out his 5th and 6th games with a couple 279s. Also, a ton of other sports to watch if you're into this kind of stuff. Opening ceremonies yesterday, July 26th. Got a lot of sports. Archery, gymnastics, skating, swimming, badminton, baseball, basketball, 3-on-3 basketball, basketballota, I don't know what that is, beach volleyball, bodybuilding, bowling, boxing, canoe slalom, and canoe sprint to be exact, BMX cycling, road cycling, track cycling, diving, equestrian, fencing, football, golf, handball, hockey, judo, karate, modern pentathlon, mountain biking, open water swimming, racquetball, rhythmic gymnastics, rowing, rugby, sailing, shooting, softball, speed skating, squash, surf, swimming, table tennis, taekwondo, regular tennis, trampoline gymnastics, triathlon, volleyball, water polo, water ski, weightlifting, and wrestling. So if you're into any of that, go and check them out on lima2019.pe. You can check out all the events going on. Ryan Schaefer on the, oh, I thought it was the front 6. Misread it. Spare strike, spare next 3. I'd be into watching some badminton. Badminton's fun to play and fun to watch. That begins on Monday, July 29th, if you're wondering. There's Paul Fleming off to your right. Started with the front 4 and then went 9 spare and left that 7 pin. Let's see what else is going on today. It looks like a lot of events are starting today. Gymnastics, skating starting today. Whatever athletics is starting today. 3-on-3 basketball, beach volleyball. Boxing starts today. There's a lot of other sports continuing as well. Taekwondo starts today. Triathlon starts today, water ski, and weightlifting. So we wish best of luck to all the competitors out there, especially for Team USA in bowling. They're 1 for 1 right now. See if Buttriff and Pate can make a comeback and make it 2 for 2. "39 different sports at the Pan Am Games in 2019. Happens every 4 years. Bowling will take place on, well, already took place July 25th. Takes place today for the final round of doubles. And then singles will be from the 28th through the 30th. First held in 1951. Last held in Toronto back in 2015. And in 2023, it'll be held in Santiago, Chile. Last time it was held in the U.S. was back in 1987 in Indianapolis, Indiana. Not too far from here, Grand Rapids. Shot from Schaefer there. A lot of these guys all in the 7th frame had to take a short little break after game 4 to reset the scores. So everybody around the same pace right now, currently in the 7th frame. Brian Leclerc on this pair right here. Strike, strike, spare, spare, strike, strike. He is our overall and day 2 leader. Right now, that super senior cash line sitting at plus 52. A lot of these guys still fighting for that. Let's check out Brian Leclerc here. Our 2017 PBA50 Player of the Year a couple years ago. Let's see what kind of line he's playing. That award won by Michael Haugen Jr. last season. Then won back-to-back years by Pete Weber in 2015 to 2016. All right, let's Let's see what Brian's up to here. Very interesting shot. Playing around 12, 13, getting it out very far to 1 or 2. I don't know if he's meaning to get it out that far, but nonetheless, it's a pretty solid shot. Look at Ryan Schaefer. Ryan in 6 right now, but with a very solid game going. That's 5 in a row for Ryan. So we'll see if Ryan Schaefer can make a run up to the top 5 by the end of qualifying. After this game, we'll have just 3 games left to go here at the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open presented by DVA. I'm Chase Kaufman alongside Jeff Goodger. We'll let these guys finish out Game 5 today, Game 13 overall, and we'll be right back for Game 14 and scores after 13.
of that pair? We're going to 33 and 4. Sammy's got the front 10. Charakowski is going to have 250. Hoskins is going to shoot 150. Straight up the outside. And then missed his mouth. How do you miss that mouth?
That's the joy of Sammy.
So you may or may not have been heard, or you may or may not have heard some ambient clapping. This is for a 300 game by good old Sammy Ventura. So nice game, Sammy. Sam was sitting tied for 57th at plus 15 overall. So that'll bring him to plus 115. Should only be about 20 pins out of the cut after that. And he's sitting nicely on a super senior cash position. So congratulations, Sammy Ventura, 300. Just 3 games left to go before qualifying is over. See on the pair in front of us. These bowlers are ready to get out of here because they keep striking. So after 13 games, your leader still Brian Leclerc, plus 503 overall, plus 260 on the day. And that's good for the day's lead as well, that plus 260. Wilson not able to kick out that 10-pin. Walter Ray Williams Jr. still in second place at plus 441. He's been there most of the day. He is plus 194 on the day. 248, 216, 248, 237, 245. Still yet to have a game under 200 all week. Leclerc also without a game under 200 yet. Ron Moore in third, plus 408. He has 1 game under 200. That was a 174 back in the second game yesterday. Here's Leclerc as we speak. Ryan Schaefer just shot a nice 270 to bump him up to 4th place. He's plus 224. In 5th, Bo Gorgon, plus 384. He is plus 141 on the day. Only 1 game under 200 for Bo. That was his very first game yesterday. Bob Learn Jr. in 6th at plus 377. Lenny Boris Jr. in 7th. Tom Carter, our second highest super senior, in 8th. Bruce Hall jumps a little bit to 9th place. He's at plus 262 now. Warren Eels in 10th at plus 259. Eugene McCune plus 186 on the day. That bumps him all the way up to 13th place now, plus 249 overall. See who else is doing well today. Joel Carlson, he's in 26th place, plus 121 on the day, plus 166 overall. James Storts, plus 82 today. Moves him to 27th overall. And your cut now, plus 123. So a little under average of 210. So cuts average is actually dropping. That's Mike Diaz. Mike is plus 24 today. And he just shot 246, 237 his last couple games to get him to that point. Just a pin back, Mr. Charlie Tapp out of Kalamazoo. Rooting for him, plus 105 today. He just shot a 201. He's a super senior, so he's in that cashier's round, at least for the super seniors. Well, not cashier's round, but right now he's getting a check. Kevin Anderson we just saw go high. He is minus 15 on the day now. He was in 10th for most of the day, and then he went 193, 176, 182. So he's having a rough day after going 200 over yesterday without a game under 200. Michael Haugen in 28th. Parker Bone in 30th. Michael Duran plus 82 on the day. He is just inside that cut line at plus 124. So with 3 games left to go, and the cut's at plus 123. See a lot of these guys still able to jump in there. If we say cut's probably going to be, we'll say 160 over. Still a decent amount of guys who can go 240, 240, 240, or even 230, 230, 230 and make a run at it. 54th place, probably the mark right now at plus 51. They could all go average 235 from here on out and make cut. which is definitely possible. Seen a lot of good scores. Sammy Ventura just shot 300 in Game 5. Let's see where that put him. That put him in 37th place, just 8 pins out. So we'll keep an eye on him these last 3 games. These 100 bowlers visiting Wyoming, Michigan, trying to make some money, trying to win a title, or most of them just having fun. And being in Wyoming made me look at the state of Wyoming, because I know it's the least populated, and there are 31 U.S. cities bigger than, well, that have a higher population than the state of Wyoming. Of course, you got your regulars: New York City, LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, Philly, San Antonio, San Diego, Dallas, San Jose, all have over 1 million. Then there's some smaller ones that you might not think about, like Louisville, Oklahoma City, Memphis, and Nashville both have more than Wyoming. El Paso, Denver, Seattle, Charlotte, Fort Worth. 31 cities have more people than the state of Wyoming. Poor Wyoming. It is the 10th largest state of Wyoming. But they do not have any professional sports teams. They have University of Wyoming, which is sometimes pretty solid. Oh, here's the stat or something for it. Rodeo is popular in Wyoming and has hosted the Collegiate National Finals Rodeo since 2001. And their state sport, rodeo. They have a state dinosaur, Triceratops. I didn't realize states had state dinosaurs. Very interesting. State coin, the Sacagawea dollar. Seems like there's a limited amount of coins, though, out there for every state to have their own. Oh, halfway through Game 6. We mentioned yesterday Walter Ray Williams Jr. only needing to finish above 15th place to lock up PBA 50 Player of the Year. And he is in second at plus 441. He's over 200 pins ahead of 15th place. So I like his chances here to lock it up this week. But I would guess he's more worried about the title this weekend than winning the PBA 50 Player of the Year title. Probably wants to win here first. Carlson off to our right. We mentioned him. He's having a solid day. Not a great game so far, but a solid day. Here's Parker Bone, the 19-year Hall of Fame veteran. Crosses over, leaves a 4-pin. Parker's been struggling a little bit today and yesterday. We haven't seen him very high in the leaderboard whatsoever, but he's been pretty consistent, just no high games really. Yesterday, a high game of 237. That was his last game, and a low game of 201. And then today, his high game 213, low game 190. But in between that, he's got a 92, a 96, a 205. So he's really just looking for that big game. He can't seem to get it. He's on spare strike, spare, and then barring something crazy, he's going to spare here in the 5th frame as well. There's Kevin Anderson. He's been up there Now he is struggling with that 4 count. See Warren Neals on the scoreboard there, front 5. Of course, we are not the only event going on right now on FloBowling. You can go watch the PBA PWA Striking Against Breast Cancer Doubles Tournament in Houston. Phil Brilo broadcasting that one for you. Then you got a PBA50 event in Jackson, as well as the PBA60 event later that week, also in Jackson at Jack's 60 Lanes. And then the season will wrap up in Fort Wayne, August 8th through the 9th with the PBA 60 Dick Weber Championship. So just a few more tournaments left for the PBA 50 Tour. Actually, just one more for the PBA 50s. PBA 60s got a couple more tournaments left, but this is the second to last PBA 50 tournament for a lot of these guys. Warren Eels working on the front 5 here. He's in 10th place at plus 259. He's 159 over on the day. Warren, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he's playing outside of first arrow, then he went right over first arrow and went high. So one of the few playing that line. Joel Carlson playing that line, and he's doing very well today. Joel in 26th right now. And after yesterday, Joel was in 41st. So he's made a little bit of a jump. One guy who's made a jump, not on the standings, but the average is this guy right here, Brian LeClaire, plus 260 for 5 games. That's an average of 252. He's right on pace once again. Spare next 4. There's Kevin Anderson getting back on track after a 4-4 6th frame. Brian having some fun out here, making it look easy when it is not. Sometimes you just match up well at certain houses, and sometimes you just don't. And this may be one of those houses for LeClaire where he matches up well. Sometimes the pattern, the house, you throwing good shots just all come together in one day. And look what happens. He averaged 250. There's Gary. Got to practice with him, actually, a couple games after qualifying yesterday. Some of the pros stuck around, and apparently they didn't get enough. They had to bowl a couple extra games. No, Gary was bowling there. Paul Fleming was bowling a couple games. Gary a little bit. Told me he cashed in the last event, so he's just kind of free rolling here, having some fun. Ted Steichoff also having some fun. Steichoff with 3 stepladder appearances in his PBA 50 career. No wins, but 49 match play appearances as well. He's cashed once this season. And currently in 48th place right now. Minus 35 today, but plus 77 overall. So not having the best of days, but still in a good mood. Back to LeClaire, working on 5 in a row. Trying to make it 6. And not going to roll with the 10 there. Looked like he got it out a board or 2 at his break point down lane. Warren Eels, still 278 pace. See if Steichoff can double up here. Put him in an even better mood. He does. Still staying alive for that top 32 spot. Also, 25 pins ahead of the cashier's check for the Super Seniors. So, I'm sure that's in the back of his mind. Greg Wilson kind of looks like Devin Bidwell. Just noticed that. His demeanor, too. Carlson trying to max out for 220. So as these bowlers head into the 9th frame, we'll let them finish up. And then we'll have 2 more games to go before we cut to the top 32 bowlers here in Wyoming, Michigan at the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open presented by DVA. I'm Chase Kaufman alongside Jeff Goodger. And we'll be right back for game 15 of 16. 2 games left to go here in Wyoming, Michigan, which means we got some scores for you. Brian LeClaire, of course, still on top, plus 525 overall. Dropped a little bit in that game. Shot a 222, which is awful. Jeez, Brian. Walter Ray Williams Jr. still in second, plus 488. Ryan Schaefer now in third at plus 395. Ron Moore in fourth, tied for fourth. Bo Gorgon right on this pair. He is at plus 384. So making a nice run. Bob Learn Jr. in sixth, plus 377. Warren Eels is now tied for seventh with Lenny Boris Jr. Warren just shot a nice game. He's at plus 226 for the day. Eugene McCune jumps to 10th place. He is at plus 248 for today, plus 311 for both days. Jeff Zaffino in ninth. He finally had a good game. He shot 279 game 6. Pete Weber in 11th. He had a nice 265 game 5 and then a 249 game 6. Tom Carter in 12th. Larry Verbal 13th. Bruce Hall tied for 13th. Daryl Bauer 15th plus 243. Tom Baker plus 231 in 16th. And then you go on down to the cut. At number 32 is Mike Diaz, plus 131 is now the cut. Michael Duran 3 pins back. Todd Chell 6 pins back. Sammy Ventura 14 pins back after shooting 300 game 5. Rick Graham 20 pins back, and Charlie Tapp 23 pins back. And then you got some couple 24s, 25, 28 pins back, 30 pins back, 35 pins back, 39 pins back, 41 pins back, and still with just 2 games left to go. Anything could happen. Shoot a couple 230s, you're in there. Shoot a couple 210s, and maybe not. A lot of games, a lot of bowlers with a couple games left. So we'll keep you updated after 15, and then after 16, you'll be able to check online on PBA.com or on FloBowling.com on the results tab and check it out for yourself. Brian Kretzer making a run up there. He's plus 109 today. Plus 107 for all 14 games. He just shot 279. Todd Chell also making a nice run. He was only 6 pins back after 14 games. He's at plus 124 today. And there he is now, leaving a fast 8. So about a game and a half left for some of these guys to make a move into the top 32, into the 8 extra cashier's positions for the super seniors, or even into the top 5 they feel so inclined to do so. Also going on in the world of bowling, the PBA, PWA mixed doubles striking against breast cancer 20th anniversary tournament. So why not take a look at some of those scores? Maybe, if the website will stop refreshing. There we go. So leading after 3 squads. There's a squad bowling. I believe they start pretty soon, or maybe they're bowling right now. Sidney Brummett, Chris Prather in the lead at plus 422 as a team. They bowl 7 games each. Yeah, D Squad's bowling right now. They started at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, 2 o'clock Central. Liz Johnson, EJ Tackett in second at plus 338. Josh Blanchard, Taylor Baltice in third, plus 316. Jody Wassner, Anthony Lavery Spar in fourth, plus 267. Fifth place, Jasmine Coleman, Vernon Peterson at plus 256. Jordan Richard, Andrew Anderson, plus 234. Anita Arnett, Zeke Bate, plus 223. And it goes on from there. 120 doubles teams already done bowling. Let me see how many make the cut. Top 40 teams will bowl another 5 games on Sunday morning, so tomorrow morning. And then the top 8 teams. And then after 12 games, the top 8 teams will advance to round-robin match play. And then those 8 teams will bowl 8 games of round-robin match play. And that'll determine the winner. No stepladder, I believe, unless it's just not listed on the site.
No stepladder.
No stepladder. Jeff always coming in when I need him.
Thankfully, you don't need me very often.
See if we can find any top scores in these squads. Looks like Chris Prather is the high for on the guy side at plus 323 for 7 games. Which, quick math, it's like a 246 or something. Yep, 246. My math skills right on par. Here we go. 1723, 1685 from EJ. 1669 from Anthony Lavery Spar. 1649 from Tanner Spacey. So a few 1600s in there, only one 1700 overall. Then on the ladies' side, don't think there's any 1600s. Taylor Baltice, 1522. Anita Arnett, 1538. Jordan Richard, 1513. I believe that's it on the 1500s for the ladies.
As you look down the list, we look in on the actual coverage. There's Stu Williams on the left, our live PBA 50 event on the right, and striking against breast cancer mixed doubles on the left. Dueling bowling coverage yesterday, today, tomorrow, only on FloBowling.
Down on 31 and 32. Danny Clark stepping up with the front 5. Make it 6. See where Danny's at on the leaderboard. Danny is in 69th place, but he is plus 121 for today's squad. So coming back nicely after a rough squad yesterday, because he's still minus 38 overall. But he's plus 120 today. Here's Bo Gorgon. He's got 5 in a row now after sparing the first frame. Nice spare from Tracy Teeters. Unfortunately, one pair to the left of our first featured pair, Pete Weber, as the front 7. So once he steps up, we'll take you to 25 and 26, where you'll be able to see him just to the left of the screen. Paul Lamont here, plus 67 overall, minus 30 today. Needs a couple good games, and he's doing all right this game. Strike spare next 4. He's got to get back, and it does. Paul Lamont making a run. 5 in a row there. All right, 25 and 26 is the pair we're on, but if you watch lane 24, you'll see Pete come up on the side of your screen trying to make it the front 8. And just kicks out the 4. Jeff, is Pete smiling?
No.
Oh.
Yes.
I thought, yeah.
He did briefly.
He let out a smirk. I saw it. Pete's bowling pretty well today, plus 155, plus 287 through 14 games. Bo Gorgon, 6 in a row. Spare next 6. He's in tied for 4th right now. And he's probably not going to make up enough pins to jump to 2nd, but definitely can jump up to 3rd. He's tied for 4th. Todd Chell also someone to watch for. He's in 34th right now, 6 pins out. Not having a good game so far. He went open, next 4 spares, and then struck in the 6th. See if he can double here and keep himself in it. Cut line for the Super Senior cash number is plus 68. If any of you guys were wondering that. If a family friend or a family member over the age of 60 is trying to make some money here. Pete has not yet stepped up for the 9th frame yet, but we'll throw it to 25 and 26 in just a few seconds, and you'll be able to see the ball hit the pins at least. So he's up on the lanes right now. You should be able to see the ball go through lane 23. And he did get the 9th. And there he is right there. Some excellent camera work by my man, Jeff Goodger.
Can't prove it's me.
You're right, you're right. So we'll get back to that for the 10th frame of PD's run to perfection. Also on that pair, Chuck Richardson had himself a nice game. Bo Gorgon's run ends. Paul Lamond did get the 6th one in a row. $150 to $160 over is probably going to be close to that cut. Here he is, Pete Weber, working on the front 9 right now on lanes 23 and 24. And it looked like he didn't like something. Not sure what it was. But he's going to reset. And we'll try again. Pete Weber with the front 9. Currently on lane 24. Trying to make it 10 in a row. First one in the 10th is perfect. Pete currently sitting in 11th place after 14 games. Plus 155 on the day, plus 287 overall for just over a 220 average for his 14 games. Pete's had a few good games this tournament. He had a 279 to start yesterday, 258 to finish. And then his last couple games have been 249, 265, and even had a 251 game 3. But looking to grab his Highest score of the tournament here. Looking for number 11. Comes in just a bit high. Able to get them all down though. All 10 here would put Pete at plus 387. Petey looking for perfection. And comes in just a bit high. Leaves a 9-pin, but he'll take it. A smile on his face. And so close to perfection for Pete Weber. So a 299 will put him at plus 386. Should jump a few people, barring any other great scores. But there are a few decent scores out there. And as these guys head into the 10th frame, we'll let their shots do the talking and the pins do the walking. We'll be right back at the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open. We'll be right back.
1 1/10. Just cannot get it.
Go get the rest of my stuff, or did I get it?
No, you still got it.
right, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Scores after 15 games are in. Start at the top as usual. Brian LeClaire still leading after 15 games at plus 535. Walter Ray Williams Jr. in second, plus 483. Ron Moore in third, plus 452. Bo Gorgon, 431 in fourth. Ryan Schaefer in fifth at plus 430. Bob Learn Jr. in sixth at plus 425. Warren Eels, an impressive plus 305 so far today. He went 267, 279 his last two games. He is now in seventh. In eighth, Lenny Boris Jr. plus 390. Pete Weber jumps to plus 386 in ninth place after shooting 299. In 10th, Jeff Zaffino at plus 366. Eugene McCune in 11th at plus 334. Terry Metzner jumps to 12th at plus 297. He just shot a nice 277 game. And Metzner now the second highest super senior. Bruce Hall, 13th, plus 288. I'll go through everybody since we only got one game left. Larry Verbal in 14th, plus 279. Tom Carter, 15th, plus 265. Tom Baker, 16th, plus 263. He's plus 136 on the day. He's had his last three games have been good. 258, 246, 232. Doug Kent in 17th at plus 258. Ricky Schisler plus 250 in 18th. Paul Fleming in 19th. Darrell Bauer also tied for 19th. Michael Haugen Jr. in 21st. 22nd, Mark Sullivan. 23rd, Don Harrington. 24th, Joel Carlson. 25th, Brian Manini at plus 172. In 26th, Dave Hahn. He's having a rough day. He's minus 61 today. Sammy Ventura now in the cut at plus 161. He had a nice 244 game 7. He shot 300 back in game 5. Mike Diaz in 28th at plus 158. 29th, Gary Faulkner plus 155. Kevin Anderson in 30th at plus 154. He's had a tough day. Just one game above 200 for Kevin. And then in 31st, Parker Bone the third at plus 153. And in 32nd, your final qualifying position at plus 145, Michael Healy. Just under a 210 average. So going along this 209, 210 average pace, it's looking like it's going to be about plus 155, give or take a little bit. So a few guys still trying to get to that 32nd spot. James Stortz, 7 pins back. Michael Duran, 10 pins back. Gary Alstott, 12 pins back. Lee Brosius, 24 rather, excuse me. Brian Kretzer, 26 back. Tracy Teeters, 29 back. Paul Lamont, 31 back. Rick Graham, 35 back. Todd Schell, 42 back. And James Naublock, 45 back. Of course, you can check these scores for yourself on PBA.com or FloBowling.com in the results tab and follow along with us as we get ready to find out who will join our top 32 qualifiers to come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. Chase Kaufman here with you alongside Jeff Goodger.
Hello.
Having a great time. Just one more game left. Don't see a lot of guys super close to the cut in front of us on our streamed pairs.
No, but two of them you mentioned are right here. Gary Alstott with the front three, and then we also have Dave Hahn, who you said was having a rough day, but he's still inside, and he has the front four. So both Hahn and Alstott in front of us trying to solidify or claim a position in the top 32.
Keep an eye on them. Alstott right in front of us on 27-28 with the first three. Dave Hahn in front four on 31 and 32 he's on. Todd Schell is within my vision. He went strike, spare, strike. Lee Brosius a little down there. He went strike, spare, spare. James Stortz. Looks like he's got the front four. James was only 7 pins out. Michael Duran up here to our left. Went spare, open, strike, spare. He was only 10 back. He's going to look for around a 215 at least this game to have a shot. I would guess to get into that top 32, you're going to need to at least be plus 150 to give yourself a shot. Plus 140 maybe gives you an outside shot at making it. But I think a lot of these guys are probably aiming for plus 160 to know they'll be somewhat safe. Here's Alstott working on 3 in a row. Comes in a bit high. Lucky, really, just to leave the 4-pin. Definitely could have been a lot worse. Michael Duran strikes in the 5th. Gary Faulkner a little bit down there. He went spare, open, spare, strike. Looks like it's going to be 9 spare. If he can pick up this 10-pin. He is 10 pins ahead of the cut line. He does clean it up. PD kicks out the 10 there.
Two Webbers in one shot chase.
Wow.
They didn't make eye contact, but they were in our shot. John busy tallying up scores, doing one of the many thousands of things that he must do during these PBA50 tournaments as tournament director. And Pete doing the one thing he's supposed to do, which is strike.
Here is Dave Hahn. He has struggled pretty badly today. It's minus 61 today to drop him to plus 168 overall. But can he come in clutch here in game 16? Make that 5 in a row. He's gotten in quite deep. That break point is only around 5, 6, 7 maybe. When a lot of guys have been playing at 2, 3, and maybe 4 as their break point. So interesting line there for Hahn. Here is Alstott. Trying to fight to get to that top 32, 12 out. That one's a better shot. It's always interesting when you're in the final game of qualifying and you got that mindset where you're just like, if I can just get to that certain number, in this case probably plus 155, 160, if I can just get to that, then I'll be good. But the problem is, if everybody has that mindset and gets to that plus 160, cut's not going to be plus 160. So as much as I like doing math when it comes to bowling and adding up scores as quick as possible, can't really do much here. I just got to wait for it to all lay itself out, and we'll see what happens. Dave Hahn, front 5. It's a 10 pin, he knew it. It looked like he got that one out a couple boards of his last shot. Don Blatchford finishing out his final game. Ooh, not what you wanted to see there. You hate to see it. Hahn is 23 pins ahead of cut, however. So barring a very poor finish here, he should be okay still. Michael Duran on a 2-bagger right now. See if he can make it 3 in a row. Nice shot. Michael again, 10 pins out. Walter Ray with 6 in a row. He went open spare next 6. And he right now is sitting pretty nicely in second place. And unless he beats Leclerc by 67 pins, he'll stay right there. Petey, 4-bagger. He's in 9th right now, but he's got a nice set, plus 254 on the day. And he's 4 pins back of 8th, 19 back of 7th, and a little under 40 back of 6th. So he's trying to get himself feeling good coming in tomorrow, and maybe even be in the top 5 after this last game. Charlie Tapp, I was mentioning him a lot today, the Michigan native. He went 188, 180 his last couple of games, so he is now over 50 pins out of the cut, unfortunately. Here's Lenny Borish off to your left. And can't get out the 10. Dave Hahn. Nice shot. Let's go to 25 and 26 real quick. And then we'll see Michael Duran off to the left. Oh, 2-4-10 on a 3-bagger as he's trying to get in cut. 10 out. That hurts. Back to Allstott. 12 pins out. Doesn't like it at all. Comes up high. Leaves 6-10. Not to worry. In reality, if he wants to make up those 12 pins, he's only got to shoot around 225. 225 would get him to plus 158, which would be right around my guess right now. Here's Pete. Something got his attention. He's done that a few times today. Walter Ray Williams Jr. 7-bagger can max out now for 268, which would get him to plus 551, which means Leclerc would have to shoot 203 to pass him. Don't know where he is. Nice shot from Pete. Dave Hahn did get the next one. See if Gary can get back on track after leaving that 6-10. Can max out for 257 right now, which would be more than enough to get him in cut, presumably. Nice shot. Pete fills the foundation frame. Walter Ray got the first in the 10th, so we can get the next couple for a 268. Nice 268 for Walter Ray. That'll finish up his 2 sets of qualifying pretty nicely. And back to Dave. And no, did not get the 3-pin. See it on 31, still wobbling. But that should be safe enough to put him in. He was already 23 pins over. And he's definitely going to hit 200, so should be fine. And Gary doubles in the 9th. Pete gonna finish in the 250s. Now, all that's left we're waiting for is Gary Allstott. So Pete is going to finish at plus 443, which would be good for 4th if everybody above him shot 200. But that's probably not the case, but he should be close to top 5 after 16 games. And he is packing up. He's ready to go. as is everybody else, and not just the bowlers. Daryl Bauer, you just saw his shot on 26. Where was he at? He was tied for 19th at plus 247. And if he can get this next one, it'll give him a 230, which will put him nicely in probably the upper half of the qualifiers. Some nice bowling to Daryl. Plus 162 yesterday. He's going to be a little over plus 100 today. Not going to get the second one, but still finished about plus 110 today. So good bowling to Daryl. Back for Gary's 10th frame. Again, Gary, 12 pins out. Nice shot. I'm going to assume this is going to put Gary safely inside the cut. Probably going to hit at least 240, which would jump him to at least plus 175. Which I'm going to guess would be in. But if that's in, then somebody in the top 32 would drop out. Oh my gosh. Nice shot, Gary. Yikes. It should be good enough, though. That'll get him to plus 179 if he cleans it up. So as these guys in the rest of the house finish up their 10th frame, we'll be keeping an eye on the scores. And if there happens to be a roll-off, stay right here with us, and we'll get it streamed for you. And if there's not a roll-off, you won't see us for the rest of the day. But make sure you tune back in tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, where we get set for 6 games of match play. Do another 6 games of match play at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, and then the step ladder will be at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. So, if you don't hear from me again, I'm Chase Kaufman alongside Jeff Goodger, and we will see you later on. And welcome back. And since we are back on, you know what that means. We have a roll-off. So rough start from that man, Brian Kretzer, who along with Gary Alstott and Kevin Anderson finished at plus 178 to be tied for the cut. And early in the day, I thought it would be close to that. And then throughout the day, I thought it was going to drop and drop and drop because cut average was always a little below 210 average. And all of a sudden, cut average finished at 211.13. And if you remember, and we're here early in the day, I believe it was probably the game 2 or maybe 3, I guessed that cut would be plus 179. So if you didn't believe me, Cash App my money. I'll send my Cash App via FloBowling social media and send me whatever you'd like to send me because I was pretty close. Unless you go Price is Right style, then I'm over. Anyways, Kretzer open, Alstott spare, Anderson strike to start it off. So let's take a look how these guys got here. We saw Gary in game 8 on one of our featured pairs. And that is a wheel in the background. We'll make sure that doesn't get spun again. Anyways, Gary Alstott was on one of our featured pairs. He was on 27 and 28 to finish. And he could have struck out for, I think, 258 or 259. I think it was 258 because there's a flat 10 from him there. He left a solid 8-pin on the second ball in the 10th and then proceeded to miss that 8-pin, which is why you see him bowling on your screen right now. Alstott went plus 80 today, so a little lower than yesterday. He went plus 98. Today plus 80 as he cleans that 10-pin up there. Yesterday he started out slow, a couple 170s, and then went 222, 266, 196, and then finished with 3 200s. Today he was bowling pretty well, consistent. 218, 220, 213, 207, 214, and then went 178, 185 in games 6 and 7, and then shot a 245 his last game, which is why he's here. That dang 8-pin. But there are 2 other bowlers also fighting for these last 2 spots. So 2 of these 3 will qualify as the 31st and 32nd seed for tomorrow morning's match play. Alstott comes in a little high, able to kick out that 9. All right, let's take a look at Kretzer. Kretzer, of course, 178 overall, went plus 180 today. Kretzer was -2 yesterday. Anderson with a nice shot. Kretzer went 205, 180, 185, 231, 198, 216, 183, 200 to go -2. And then today, other than a rough game 2. He bowled pretty well, had a 279 game 6, and then shot 259 to get him into this roll-off. Then you have Kevin Anderson out of Mount Juliet, Tennessee, who struggled today mightily. Went minus 22 in the 8 games today and went plus 200 yesterday. Yesterday didn't have a game below 210, didn't have a game above 260. But today, high game of 235, second high game 224, and then the rest of his 6 games were all under 200. Starting off strong here, though. Front 3 for Anderson. Make that front 4 for Anderson. So again, 2 of these 3 guys will qualify in the top 32. Looking to make match play and at least another 12 games tomorrow. Currently Anderson in the lead. Kretzer in second. Allstott 10 pins behind Kretzer. Kretzer working on a double right now. Working on a 3-bagger, rather. Comes in a little high, able to kick up the 4. So while we have the time, we may as well go through our other qualifiers. Brian LeClaire did end up leading, even though Walter Ray shot a nice 260 his last game. Was not enough to catch LeClaire, who shot 258 his 8th and final game. So LeClaire leading at 607 over. Williams Jr. in second at 551 over. Moore in third at 468 over. Gorgon 464 over. And 5th place with the second highest set of the day, Warren Eels shot 1953 for his 8 games and jumped all the way up to 5th place. He had a solid day yesterday, don't get me wrong. He went plus 100, but today, plus 353, which is pretty good. You can do the math. Anderson front 5, Kretzer open 5 in a row. So Allstott's currently down right now. Has not doubled yet this game. Kretzer, Anderson, both with 5-baggers. Sends that one out a board or 2. Not able to come back. Leaves a 2-pin. And Allstott, even though only 6 frames through, already in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna have to start doubling. 6th place, Ryan Schaefer, plus 446. 7th place, Pete Weber, plus 443. 8th place, Bob Learn Jr., plus 428. Eugene McCune in 9th. He went plus 329 today to go plus 392 overall. Anderson on the front 6 now. Not looking too promising right now for Allstott. He needs a couple slip-ups from either Kretzer or Anderson. He's got to start striking soon. Lenny Boris Jr., 10th place. 11th, Jeff Zaffino. 12th, Super Senior Terry Metzner. Kretzer leaves a flat 10. 13th place, hometown state of Michigan, Larry Verbal. 14th and 15th, a couple of Toms. 14th Baker, 15th Carter. 16th place, Doug Kent. 17th, Bruce Hall. Nice shot from Allstott there. Keeps him somewhat in the match. 18th, Paul Fleming. 19th, Ricky Schisler, who went plus 267 today to put him at 276 overall. Nice set there. Darrell Bauer in 20th. Mark Sullivan, 21st. Don Harrington, 22nd. Michael Haugen Jr. in 23rd. Michael Healy, 24th. Parker Bone, 25th. We saw him close to the cut in that last game. Let's see what he shot. He shot 245 that last game, so clutch, nice 16th game there. Anderson, flat 10. His string ends at 6, still in the lead. 26th place, Brian Manini. 27th, Dave Hahn. 28th, Joel Carlson. 29th, Sammy Ventura, who hit a 300 in today's block. 30th, Mike Diaz. And then tied for 31st, you're watching them all right now, Brian Kretzer, Gary Alstott, and Kevin Anderson. Also, James Stortz finished 34th at plus 173, and if I were him, I would have probably thought I'd be in after looking at the cut scores all day long. But he misses by just 5 pins. There goes by Linda Carter with checks in hand. Passing them out to some of our bowlers. Nice double from Alstott there. So 8 super seniors after the cut line get $1,000. James Stortz, Mike Meneman, Lee Brosius, James Knobloch, John Dudek, Kevin Foley, Ed Silva, and Charlie Tatt. Ted Steichoff just misses out on the super senior cashier's check by 3 pins. Kretzer comes in a little bit high, can't get the double. He's a 9 pin in the 9th frame. Up 2 marks on Alstott, unless Alstott can find another strike in him here. Put him down just 1 mark. Yeah, cross is over. Didn't like it as soon as he threw it. Ooh. A misstep there from Kretzer, and that's what Alstott needed. But he couldn't take advantage of it with a strike in the 9th. So Alstott cleans up his spare, and he is now down 8 through 9 frames to Kretzer. Anderson can pretty much lock his spot up with a double here. And he does. So Anderson will be in. So last spot down to Kretzer and Alstott. Kretzer can shut out Alstott. Gets it a little bit out, it looked like. Leaves a semi-flat 10. So the game is back in Alstott's hands. Alstott decides his own fate here. He can double and get 9 to shut out Kretzer. Beautiful shot. Kretzer cleans up the 10 pin. Alstott needs to strike here to stay alive. Nice shot. Now Kretzer needs all 10 to force Alstott to get at least 9 to win. Does get all 10, so Alstott will advance to match play tomorrow morning with 9 or more. Allstott needs 9 to advance. Comes up high, but all 10 fall, and Allstott and Anderson will take the final 2 spots. And Kretzer with a misstep in the 9th frame will go home with the final casher's spot. So a tie for 31st and 32nd is decided by a 1-game roll-off between Kretzer, Anderson, and Allstott. Anderson and Allstott come out on top, and they will be bowling match play tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and we will be providing video and audio coverage for match play tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So for Chase Kaufman and Jeff Goodger from Spectrum Lanes in Wyoming, Michigan, this has been the PBA50 Spectrum Lanes Open presented by DV8. We will see you tomorrow morning.